All right, good evening. See, new t-shirt. Yeah, so that's the thing. So. What are we gonna do today? What are we gonna do today?
Our
Hey, Thoso, good
illustrious
to see you.
champion returns.
22 months.
Welcome
Appreciate it.
home.
Appreciate it a lot. So we are. So I decided that we had um, the kind of on Friday I get my PS5. I hope I got my controller now, so I got my extra
Our
controller now.
illustrious
Hey,
champion
Anna thank you for the
returns.
22 months as
Welcome
well.
home.
Another 22 months. I wonder what happened 22 months ago. It's very cool to see that loyalty. It's just you guys sticking around for so long consistently. Almost 2 years, yes, indeed. So you get a badge upgrade at 2 years. Yeah. So Friday, I'm gonna start my the Demon Souls playthrough. That's gonna be Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But what what are we then gonna do this time? Part-time education, 2 days school, 3 days work in a kindergarten for 3 years, and now I'm in the last 2 months. Okay, well, congratulations. It's good that you got that. Yeah. So actually, I decided not to call the internet people because I wanted to see if resetting the router fixed the problem. So we're gonna have to run today and then see if there are no problems today. Then I'm pretty sure that actually the issue was that the router just, I don't know, accumulated dust, accumulated crap. Because that kind of seems like a consistent thing that after a month, then it's awful. So maybe I just need to sort of get in the habit
Welcome
of
back. Your
just
steadfast
resetting it
loyalty
every
is
2 weeks or
greatly
something.
appreciated.
I should. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Speed Wobble. How much that? That's 4 months. Not quite 22, but we'll get it. Uh-huh. Confucius says, man who stands on a toilet is high on pot. Uh-huh. I guess. What's on the t-shirt? Is it from yesterday's Whoopi Bucks? Whoopi Bucks, yeah, it's from Whoopi Bucks. It's a rocket. It's a big phallus. So, and okay, so another thing. We had problems today and are getting a new TP, right? Something like that. Yeah, use a car as a box. That's also an option. I don't know how they perform update-wise, but there's definitely sort of different distances that could be viable. This one could also just add something like this, right? Then we can have a few more modules around this. Long-handed won't be fast enough. How the hell do you know that? Do you know what we're building? So how can you tell that they're not going to be fast enough? Because you don't know what we're building. Hmm. But it gets worse than this. I've looked at these builds extensively. Okay, so what exactly am I building, since you can clearly say that I'm not building it fast enough? I'm getting annoyed by this comment that you're just categorically saying that this is wrong with when you have no idea what we're building. All right, well, still not fast enough. um, Hey, Peter Master, welcome. So the idea here is that, oh no, people are not. My mods are too nice. They don't swing the banhammer fast enough. Um, so we do have some different distances. No, one more. This one doesn't do anything, does it? Maybe. I think it's building this generic is probably not really. Hello, Miss Jiminy. You can do stack inserters. Sure. There's tons of different ways we can do this, right? it all depends on what it is. So there are many ways to do this. Another way is this one. How about that one, right? How about that one? This is where things get spicy. So let's say we want to build, I don't know, let's take something like green circuits, right? So if I wanted to make green circuits, I would need three things. I would need copper in, iron in, and green circuits out. That means that there's definitely has to be more than and this could be something like that would be like the easiest way to get things out, and then it would have to be something getting things in here, which means that, for example, as I do that one and that one, then I could, for example, do now I'm just for the sake of argument here, that could also be built there. Yep, that one, which would then be, I mean, at least hypothetically like this, right? So I could have one train coming in, delivering iron. Iron gets filled into these boxes, and it moves away. Then the copper comes in, fills up these boxes, goes away. Then you sort of need advanced designs for how to control whether it's inbound, outbound, whatever it is. It's been more than the width of the car now. And yeah. On bot swarm builds, yeah, but I think it's easy to do bot swarm builds being, yeah. Right, something like this, at least hypothetically, how would you, definitely in a case like this, you would build it in this way. With a speed module there, right? These are pretty close to each other. And no, they're not at all close to. Why? This is weird. Oh, right. It's because it doesn't scale linearly. Okay, so this one, and then as I add more modules around this, I would imagine I actually need something like this. Yeah, beacon missing for ratio. Yes, exactly. That's the problem. It doesn't. You can't compare this because the speed module will be different, affecting differently when it gets higher up. So basically, the idea here is that from one side, I'm gonna get stuff in like this one, and maybe one of them is like, I don't know. We'll just pretend. And then on this one, it goes whoop, whoop. For example, right? So iron gets in this. Actually, we would have to be yes, be copper. Okay. Would you ever design a train to train with supply trains which have ratioed mixed resources for the recipe? No, I don't think so. I think it's too fragile. Let's start by just assuming something like this. And then we start adding beacons around it, and let's just figure out if we can get some kind of good beaconage, because that's a word. That one is not that one, because it affects this one and this one. And then I have to see how many I can fit on this side. Okay, so at this point, let's look at ratios. It's inputting 21 and it's outputting 15. So it's kind of still too slow in this case. Would it be possible to do some kind of other configuration that would be better than this? I mean, I can actually put that one over here. I can also put that one here. That would, I don't know what that would do to all of our ratios here. 25 and 23, input still higher. The question would also be like, how tileable is it, right? Because it's totally not tileable because I'm using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it goes 10. Why are machines offset? Yeah, that's actually a good point. There's no reason why they would be offset. Good point. Except like that one. That's beside the point. Somehow, some of them have to be offset like this. Hey, Fluffy Bear, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Welcome. Yeah, so actually, it's a good point about the train cast, because this one, it doesn't matter how it is, it just has to be repeatable on the same rhythm, which it isn't right now. And that, I think, is actually a bigger problem. So it has to be, let's look at a train. That one and that one. That's going to be 6 in between, so it has to have a rhythm of 7. So whatever I have to design, I have to design it on a rhythm of 7. I'll call it a rhythm. I don't know if that's a good idea to call that. There. And that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It might actually be more reasonable to do this one. Because this one, wherever it is, I think that's repeatable. Is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What? Hey Fluffy, I love your content and thought process. I'm new to the game and building a 1K per minute science bus space with your grid. Oh, that's an ambitious target. You can do a following space. What do you mean? Oops. So, I mean, it has to be something like this and this and this. This is the rhythm of it. So when I look at it, it has to, this one has to be closer. Like this. Yeah. What? Oh, it's a rhythm of 7, so that's obviously still not going to work with the trains, but like this would then be tileable. Yeah. Ta-da! That's it. So that would be how you, for example, could do this. Now, how the hell would we do it? I have no idea. But the issue is the output here. I can't put any output on that side. Then I do this one, but then I still have other problems. I'd really like to build it that location, but that's not feasible. With an underground, yeah, but the whole point is you don't use belts at all. If you start doing belts, nope. Just it has to be done exclusively 100% without belts. The highest quantity of transfer is actually this one. And then a lot of other design things come in, like, hey, maybe, you know, maybe this train is always here, so it's kind of, it's not getting out there unless it's actually a car. Yeah, but how would that work? I don't think that works, does it? Oh, I don't think I can place cars, can I? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Is that, I wonder if that's gonna work. I don't know. If it is, then it's super hacked. And then I'll just pretend this one. Yeah, it doesn't get that. So it goes in, but it doesn't go out. It was just there. I saw a green thing. Nah. I mean, this one somehow gets in there. Oh, hold on. It works. Oh, I feel so dirty. I feel so dirty about this. I feel so dirty. And the ratio is almost perfect. Oh. Switch the assembly machines. Why? No, I can't replace it with a train wagon because that takes up more space. I feel so dirty. I don't like it. Yeah, I don't know, Chris. I don't know. It's sacrilege. Maybe replace the car and inserters with multiple long-handed. Yeah, but attack it with the gun, then it can't unload when there's no train here. The point is, this one will be filling up when the train is not here. Then it'll still go. It'll still go, and that means until the train, when the train comes back, then voila, we got like tons of stuff coming in here. Boom, right? Remove the bottom right beacon. Why? Oh, there's also the point that this one could actually be shunted one in, right? If I did this one, then this one could also be moved up. Would that help? Not really. I'm just trying to see if I could sort of manipulate it somewhere. No, the top one does. The top one here inserts into the car, as you can see here. Move rail to the right. I can't move the rail to the right. I'm just trying to do some train-to-train things. Move the rail over and cram in more beacons. Yeah, but a big part of this is minimizing. I mean, I will give it a shot. We'll give it a shot. That's... cram one more in. And even then it's not great. Yeah, I mean, I did this because there would be more room for beacons. That's not the case. No more room for beacons. Yeah. Yeah, placing a car is awful, but this is... I'm more thinking about, is there a possibility that this one could output to the side and then go in? Then it might be better somehow. Look at how slow this one actually is. This is not really performing very fast, so this one could easily just move a bit. Is this one ever starved? No, it's not starved at all. Train to car turned horizontally to machine. I mean, you're talking about input or output. I mean, switch assembly machines. You don't need a car or any hacks, material flow, or set shape. Switch these two machines. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Okay, cool. Except no, because then I have... This one has to be fastest. It's no good. Ten sources. This has 10 sources. This is regular workshop. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but this one being aligned to that is complete junk. This is way too fast compared to that one. Is it? No, maybe not. Not quite. I mean, this is better, unfortunately. The other one was more fun, but this is better. But somewhere I have to have a switch. This is outputs are slightly higher, so that's good. What if I... What if I do that? Then the ratios are way off. Move green circuits 1 to the left, then move copper at the bottom with inserters. Move copper at the bottom with inserters. I don't get it. I don't get that. I don't see that or do anything. I don't even understand what it is. Right. This is the problem. There's only ever going to be one very, very slow train loading. Then it probably should be this one. Since that's the slowest one. See if it can it keep up? No, it cannot keep up. Only if it did that. That's actually something, maybe. Let's see, is it keeping up here? No, it's not. Not even. And it is as fast as possible. I mean, the problem is this is not fast enough. I can't insert or outsert as it's kind of... I like this idea, but it's still not fast enough. But there's also the part that I'm producing 1.4 times the input. So it's actually much better to have the input being awful than the output being awful. Right? So let's try that. What if this one... Yeah, and this is where it gets icky because... And then I start shifting it over. Just kind of... I like this idea. I like this idea. And I think it would be fast enough. Let's just check. No. It is still starving. Damn it. Is this for crust? No, it's not. It's not. I don't do workshops for anything like that. Ah, okay. So this is actually the new one that works so far. 2 rows. Yeah, no, 2 rows is not an option because I'm gonna need that one here. Technically, it actually needs to be... So 2 white cars just between greens and train. Between greens and train. Yeah, that's what I have here. That one. I also like the idea here that the comment about sort of the Z shape or Z shape or whatever you want to call that these days. It kind of makes sense to have this here. No. Boom, boom. But then this one has to go here. And then I'll have some... I guess the trains... This one is still the same. Right? That's still... That's the same as the other one. Let's look at ratios. It's pretty good. I like that. Okay, thanks. Long arm for copper. 3 vertical instead of 2 horizontal. Circuit on right. 3 vertical? I can't have 3 vertical. What? Oh, you... Oh, no, I don't know what you mean. The part is also that like you have to remember that it's important that this one is now affected by 3 beacons here. This one is affected by 6 beacons plus 6 beacons. So that's sort of the beacon size we have here. This one can... Okay, well, if it was a normal chest, it could contain more than enough to empty a train completely. And it would be easy to power it as well. It would just be that one, and that one. Is it tileable? Yes, that's the best part about it. It is tileable. So this one. Except for the car, of course. So it tiles here, and then once I have 2 of those, then it also tiles with the train, with the wagons. So all I need to do is put this in here, put this in here, and it's luckily not even difficult to make. Is 1 stack inserter enough to feed with wire? it never runs out. So that's a yes. And basically, we would have a train station like I don't know. Let's boom, boom. These two were two, and then boom, boom, boom. And these actually have to be different so that it guarantees not unintentionally emptying the wrong things out of the train. There we go. Now this is not actually intended to be like that. It's just, it doesn't matter how, but this one will then just be equal electronic circuit 1 dash whatever item equal iron ore, no, iron plate, copy, paste, except this one is item equal copper plate, like that. Why the car? Because otherwise it the car is basically a too wide. Okay, it's better if I take it out. So you can see there's 1, 2 tiles in here, and I don't have a 2-tile chest, but I do have a 2-tile chest if I do use a car. So basically, let's say I have a 2-8 train, but in this case you would definitely make it bigger. You would make it like a giant train. There. Does it tile well if mirrored to use the input train track from both sides? No, I don't think that's it could work. There's nothing that would prevent it from doing that, but I don't see the point though. Because this is the idea of this one is that it's very slow, and that's okay. So it's gonna take like, it's only gonna fill up this one very slowly. So let's look at this here. This one is producing 12 per second, and this wagon can have 2,000, 8,000 here, right? So 8,000 divided by 12 divided by 60. It'll depart every 11 minutes. It'll take 11 minutes to fill up this train. So you're gonna have a lot of these running all the time. No, I could not use LTN for this because, well, I could use LTN if I did it in a different way, if I reversed it. If I did this one, which actually I think is better to do that. That one is better, because now I could use this one as my LTN. Unfortunately, I can't block things up, so this one will eventually fill up if I don't use it. But I could use this input and monitor that input and drag it all the way up and use it for LTN, and basically says when the content here is there. But I would be missing the point then. Okay, so I'm using this for LTN, then I'm also like, why am I using LTN? Because I would want to have as few as big trains as possible. Like, I don't know, maybe like 40 wagons or something on a train like this. It's too fast or too slow? I'm confused. 11.11 minutes. Yes. Hello, Hazala. I can't filter car storage. I can filter car storage. Oh my god, this is amazing. This is amazing. You guys, you're awesome. You're awesome. There we go. I'm saved. Okay, this is gonna make it take even longer time to set it up, but I don't think it's technically necessary, but you know. If you really want to, then I guess. I can copy paste the car setup. Which one did I do? Copy, paste. I can. Kind of. Well, yes, I can. Alright, so that's good. What am I doing with all these beautiful fish? Nothing. I just don't want them there. So that's why fishes are always like non-issues. Yeah, why you can filter cars but not chests? I would imagine it's either a legacy thing, and therefore the object is in a different class and blah blah blah, or it's a performance thing where the number of chests, the number of lookups, they don't want to do it because you are gonna have lots of chests, but you won't have as many wagons, I guess. So it's either a legacy thing. What is the UPS of inserting into 1,000 cars? We don't know. The only thing I would consider would be maybe just make it not blink all the time. Do you do stream raiders? I don't know what that is. So the answer is no. Since a can it go into a box is an easy check as it's grid based, but cars are not. I don't know. I don't know if it's good or bad for performance. I don't think it's bad, but I don't know. Hello, Red Knight. Good evening. Imagine having a car setup. Yes. Let's do blue chips now. Now let's do red chips. This one's good. This is solid, actually. You have a 10k SPM. Nice. Vanilla base. Crazy Death. Is it a vanilla? Does long inserter, chest, long inserter help? We did try it. It's not fast enough. It can't support neither the iron into this or the copper into this, unfortunately. That's alright. It's alright. I mean, you're very welcome. See, this is the mentality I want for these kind of streams. I want the can you do this? And then we'll try it and we'll see. No, but I don't want coming in and said this is not gonna work. This is wrong. They're not gonna. You know what? That's. Maybe just dial it back a notch and say, I don't think this is going to work, or I don't think it's going to work as good as you think it is. So, how does this scale? Vertical only? Yes. I mean, the idea is that you can just do like that. And then, actually, you know what? It might actually be beneficial to have it on both sides. So the train comes in, unloads. Oh no, that's got to lead to other issues though. All right, so work with me on this one. I'm going to take this out. If I say, hey, I'm just going to do exactly the same on the other side, and it's just going to work brilliantly, right? Hello, Vesaranto. Hello, it's me. Yes, it is. What is going to be the problem with this? Will the cargo be mixed in the wagons? Nope, I have 2 train stops up here. 1 for each, and then we get into a whole different league of train awfulness. Basically, it has to monitor the content of all the boxes here, and then if the amount of iron is lower than certain amount, then open the iron station, but close the copper station, right? So that I make sure that only one of those stations can be active at any given time. So basically I would need to monitor the iron and copper in all these boxes, and then go up here and basically say There has to be two conditions, that's true. One is iron is less than copper. All right, for the iron station to open, iron has to be less than copper, and the amount of iron in the boxes has to be so low that it can support a full train being unloaded. Because the train has to come in, unload, and get the out of there. Use 2 material trains to cut down 2 material trains. Ooh. Use 2 material trains to cut down the 11 to 6 minutes time. I don't know. What do you mean? I mean, the loading time is still. I mean, yes, you can tile it also on the other side. So 2 material train, yes, indeed, to go into 1 train. That's good. Or you can do it the other way. 1 material train unloads into 2 places. Or you can do both, which means that if it was infinitely tileable, all of them would have into 2. But you know what? I think it's actually better to do it the other way, because one thing I was concerned about with this one is that as I built this one here, actually not like that. Oops. Then when the train comes in, am I guaranteeing that these are even? I don't know. I think it is. Filtered wagons for copper and iron plates isn't a good option. It's a good option right here. But that means somewhere else I'm going to have the trouble of having the train go first to an iron location, iron smelting, and then to a copper smelter. And that means more train congestion. That means more busy work in the traffic. So I'm saving time right here, but it would be a massive disadvantage, because in a base like this you would have a giant copper smelter and a giant iron smelter, or many giant, and therefore you don't want all your copper trains to come by the iron smelter and all the iron trains come by this copper smelter. That would just be hugely inefficient. So how long does it take for the material train to empty? That's a good point. Box to box is 17 per second, right? Is it? Ha! Full. Is there a way to synchronize the inserters? Yes, there is. With wires, unfortunately. Is there a way to synchronize the inserters in another way? Could you do it without wires? I don't know. That's a super interesting question. Huh. Can you synchronize 2 inserters without wires? There we go. It's reading content and it's sending it as a hold. And it is, when this one enable condition is when it gets a signal 0, but it also sends the same. I wonder if this works. This could work. I don't know. It didn't work. That's what I thought. Now, with a train storage where, for example, iron comes in and separately copper and were mixed into 1 train. Okay. And Crazy Death, I don't know if you answered. I asked if you... Yeah, okay, vanilla, but 0.16. Okay. Does it work? Is it same amount in both chests, though? Now that I think is more of a coincidence. But it will be one of those if there's ever only not enough here. understand why they stay even. So now this one was... This is very strange. Oh, now this is getting... I want to see if I can provoke it to get out of sync. Whether I can get it more out of sync. No, it somehow seems to balance itself, which is really strange. Okay, so I would imagine that whatever way the algorithm goes, it would always go right before left, or always go left before right. Or something that makes it always do the same thing, which meant that if there are 5 scoops, then it will always be 3 plus 2. Then there's 5 more scoops, it'll go 3 plus 2, and then therefore it'll get shifted more and more unevenly. But it doesn't do that. Stack size is max, and it has to be max 12. I'd imagine whichever inserter was picked right. Yes, but that's not what we see. Okay, that was a bad one. So now it was this one who took the last bit. Now it was that one took the last bit. Now it's what that one took the last bit. Now it's that one take the last bit, right? Isn't that super weird? I mean, I like it because that means it self-balances somehow. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine crazy death. Set stack size. Why? I mean, no, I want it to be this. What about, yeah, okay, good point. What about without the cable? So that was this one. It does seem to somehow be self-balancing. I don't get it. Now this one was 11 up. And now they're 5 up. But not so, nope, we're playing workshop today. Monday is a workshop day. That's so weird. So in this case, I would just go like, I don't care. I don't need to do anything because it's going to be self-balancing. Drop in 2 to see if they take 1 each, or to see if they alternate. Hey Matsunachi, when did you get a gifted sub? You can click on your gifts, your sub icon as if you wanted to subscribe, and then you get the box up with gifts and all that crap, and then you can see who gifted you a sub. Alright, so this is pretty simple. Not simple, it's amazing. It's amazing. This is why we love Oop, right? This is why we love them, because they have taken the time to actually go in and say, you know what? If there are there must be some connection between these ones. They must somehow have a queue of all inserters associated with this one, so that they know, okay, hey, there are 5 inserters of us. I got one and I go back of the queue. So there must be an internal queue around an inserter box. But I mean, they build it, right? Yeah, it has it must be, but that's someone thought about it, someone built it, and it's something that probably, if this wasn't there, would have messed up subtle things in our bases, but it doesn't, so we never noticed, right? Input 1 2 1 2. I don't know how to put input 1 2 1 2. Try 3 inserters out of the box. By order they were placed, I guess. Cool. Break time. I'm gonna take a short break, then I'll be back in 2 minutes, and we're gonna do some more of this silly things. Yeah, All right, I'll see you guys in 2 minutes. Don't go away. Okay, this is like the worst thing that I'm complaining about, but you've heard me before commenting about the event list on Patreon. So I go to Patreon and see, no change, that's fine. I do check in it, and then I get a comment that someone just said, "Oh, I just hit you up with a fat $100." Like, you did? Because I didn't get a notification. So someone pledged $100 and then of course canceled the subscription afterwards. But that means Patreon goes like, here's an event. Oh, I'm gonna remove the event. So I don't get any notification that someone just donated fucking $100. God damn it. That's insane. Thank you, Mr. Mimic. Thank you very much. That's so kind of you. And I'm sorry for not I'm happy that you said it so I noticed it. Damn. Like, what the hell kind of thing is that to complain about? All right, let's go back and take a look at that cool thing that Wild shared in Discord. Can someone give an overview of what we're doing today? If someone can, please also give it to me because I don't know. I have no clue. Yeah, your 12 beacon build, there is a problem with it, I think. And that's, is it tileable? No, it does not tile, does it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, it doesn't tile. That's the problem. Building. Yeah, we're playing with direct train-to-train builds. So basically getting a copper train and iron train. I'm having connection issue, but I uploaded a screenshot on Discord. Yeah, I noticed. That's what we are. I'm trying to work my way through. I mean, I like the idea, but I don't think I like the implementation of it. Because... So let's just, for everyone who can see what it is, that one. But there's another problem with this, like, hello host. Okay, yeah. So first of all, this isn't getting 2 inputs in, which it has to. The second thing is it does not tile. So when I do this, it doesn't tile with the next build and the next build. So it's gonna it has to be only 4 tiles here in between. So it'll have to be something like that one, and even this one has to go in here. And then we already get into sort of weird things. And I'm gonna have to get 2 outputs in here. 1, 2, getting that one and that one, which isn't even, no. Yeah, sorry, I can't make it work though. I can't make it work the way, for not for this at least. Because what you're building, your suggestion, I like this suggestion. It doesn't work for greens. It could work for something else maybe. Yeah. So, what else could we come up with? Whoops. Let's do some other thing. That was actually not one of the easier ones. One of the easier ones is going to be smelting. Let's do smelting, right? Smelting should be pretty straightforward, right? Except steel, but we'll do. Have you tried the perpendicular wagon trick? Yes, I have. We came up with it here, and someone, I don't know, I think it was Jeff who challenged me to do something, and then I just said, all right, if you want to go all out, then you can just put perpendicular wagons on. Like, basically the idea is that you build like this, like this, like this, and then you can unload into these. I don't like it, not one bit, because it has to be, it's super difficult to make, because you have to place them in a way that, yeah, see, this can't be mined, but they can be mined. If I'm being super careful about it, then they can be mined. There we go. One pixel off. There. You want to see? I don't like it. I mean, it's gimmicky as hell, but I don't like it. I have an idea for the 2-minute break timer. Yet you put another counter after the 2 minutes are up to see how much you're late. Basically to see, try to break your top each time instead of just BRB. What do you think? I don't know. Try to break your top? Don't get it. Why would I do that? I want to do a 2-minute break, and then sometimes the 2-minute break becomes a 2 minute and 30 seconds. I can live with that. I hope you can as well. New high score, 3 minutes late. Yeah. Sometimes I'm also early, so that's another thing. Okay, so what if we want to do some smelting? Have you tried diagonal tracks instead of straight tracks? No, and I don't really like it. I don't want it to be a thing, if that makes sense. And again. This one, however, is so slow that it really shouldn't be a problem. That's going to be an 8-1. That's pretty good. I don't like that I have to use these on for all of them. Yeah. What? Are we buffering? Yep. A bit. I got a few things, but it looks actually stable on my end. What's the lowest amount of beacons you'd be comfortable with here? About just 2 for smelting. No. No, I don't want that. The point is that we have to minimize the amount of entities, and if you minimize the amount, or if you don't minimize the amount of entities, then what is the point of what you're doing? Move it 1 to the left to save 1 space. 1 space is not going to do anything. The trains move in tiles of 2, so I can't make it move the trains faster. And I can move these. I guess this is what you're proposing. But the tracks can't be moved closer anyway, so it doesn't change anything. But it's more symmetrical. Yeah, so might want to consider refreshing the stream if you maybe had lost some frames. I think it's better to do it the other way. There. Because I'd rather have the input just empty. Blah, empty. So I can control the output more smoothly, I would say. And that one. And that one. Don't forget about the tracks. The track? What track? Oh yeah, I forgot about. Oh, okay, that's one. Yeah. This looks pretty solid, I'd say. On the distance here is exactly 1 train wagon. Oops. Can it fit red inserts instead of the car? I don't think so, but I'd be happy to try. Oops, that one lost its thing. It actually looks okay. So we're gonna do this. Nice. Cars cannot be part of blueprints, unfortunately. This is better. This is way better. Whether we do it like this or we leave it open, I don't know. That is such a good design. Oh man, I want to do this. I want to do this in every base from now on. Damn, this is nice. Right? This is really nice. Hey Timber, good evening. Alright, you know who is going to be really sorry that they missed this stream? The red one is fast enough. See? Oops. See? It never runs out. Good evening, Timber. Why are loaders disabled? Because they're not part of vanilla. It's not too slow, as you can see. This one never runs out. How long to smelt the whole cargo using 1 furnace? Can you make it 12 beacons? No, I don't think I can. Well, I'm gonna try it, right? It's a fair enough test. Nope, I can't. because then it's going to take too much space. I could potentially maybe make it... how not a part of vanilla? I mean, they are present in vanilla but disabled. Then they're not part of vanilla, are they? And if they are part of vanilla but disabled, then they're not part of vanilla. There's also a railgun in the game, but that's not really working. So as you can see, I can make a 10 beacon one, but I can't make any more. That's not good. Has to be the inbound. Is this better? I think it is. This is better. Let's see if... oh, now it's not fast enough. Does it ever get starved? Okay, the only thing we're looking for is when it says status working. Status working. It just says status working all the time. It never flickers over to anything, right? Oops. Yeah, of course I can't move the bar over there. So it looks like it's working. Need more input. I don't think it does. I really don't think it does, because it's so far it has never flickered. If you look right on the right hand side. Hey Timber, thank you for gifting us up to Kipri. It's just fast enough. Exactly, just fast enough. And this is arriving just in time. You can see it's actually now going up to, sometimes it's 2, so it is slightly faster. It's working. Couple ores buffering ever so slightly. Happen to be up late enough to catch the stream. What exactly are we designing today? We are designing train to train. For stone, yes, absolutely. But stone is less important. Now it'll actually get to a point where it'll stop because of input, or it's process constraint. Yeah, this one is better. So thanks for provoking me. What's the bonus stack? The usual. The endgame 1-3. Use the drop-down menu in the max rate calculator to show how many inserters you need. Oh yeah. Though I'm not trusting it as much as actually looking at it. Yeah, see. This one says is not correct. I'm saying it. It's not correct. Sorry. It's not 1.03. To the status being moved to the entity UI in 1.1. The status being moved to the entity UI. I have no idea what that means, Comrade Fad. Can you kill an entity by putting belts on the output? I could, but I would never do that because belts are bad compared to this. This is way better. That one will always be like the one. Going to have me to the end tonight. So I won't be streaming. Poor chat having to put up with me. Well, what about me? I also have to put up with you. The working status scheme revamped. Oh, interesting. So, how's that gonna be? Waiting for space and destination is moved onto the unified entity UI. It was in the most... okay. You chose to make me a mod. Yeah, well, I mean... and now I pay the price for that. And of course, light. It's an entity. It costs UPS. Yeah, what is the items for this build? 4.2 per second. 3.6 items per second. And this one is consuming 3.562. Yeah. So in the bottom layout there will fit a substation. Oh, that's true. That it actually fitted a substation. That's great. Great news. Good news, everyone. A substation has been identified. Great. Even that is such a cool build. And iron, the same. 9-tailed fox. I don't. The light above the red inserter. Yeah. Although it shouldn't be building lights if you're optimizing for entity. This is so good. I like this
A
one.
new subscriber.
Hey Chris, thank you
Come,
for gifting us
steel
up.
yourself.
See, this is why.
We are
This is
building
why.
an army.
Good thing you're staying around. The furnace, according to Factorio, is 3.5625 ore items. Yeah. Good. So we got that one. We got that one. Hey, look at that. We're just roaming. What about steel? I knew someone was gonna talk about steel. There's no steel. We don't need steel here. The thing is, you could just do this one for steel as well, and just go like, well, I just take iron in here and then done. But I think that you're right that it's probably better. No, I don't actually think it's better. Whoop. Is it possible to get more copper per second with 2 furnace per wagon? No. Because then you would have more entities and you would have less beacons and therefore, well, you couldn't actually have beacons, to be honest, because the beacons takes stuff on the side. And okay, so this one is 6 wide or 6 long plus 1 for the sort of the coupling, so it means it has to be a pattern repeatable. If I did 2, then it would have to be like this, but then I couldn't put beacons anywhere because I put it up here, then I couldn't build in the next wagon. So no. If we're going train to train, I'm assuming we optimize for UPS and reduce the number of entities, so we should definitely reduce the number of inserters too. Yes. Correct. But this one won't suffice with red inserters, unfortunately. As far as I can see. Well, cars are the answer. This is the part I'm not 100% sure of because I don't actually know. I have a feeling that cars... Okay, intuitively I would say cars can't be as efficient as boxes. Just... I would imagine they've done optimization and all that stuff for boxes, but is it exactly the same thing for cars? I don't know. And there's also a lot of convenience here in terms of just forcing this one in. Yeah, so it does tile here. So I'm fewer entities, yes, but it's not blueprintable now, and I think this is more of a flavor thing. I don't know which one's better. But they have to have some fuel, so not blinking, and also takes, yeah. Yeah, we don't want a warning running this through this. No, you have to, but and then sort of you have to build this, and then you have to remember that you have to bring 20 cars and 20 fuel for them, and when you place them, you can't move it. I do acknowledge that some places it is necessary to do it, because I can't really get anywhere else with this. Yeah, okay, so this one can't reach the last one. This one can't reach, this one can't reach, so I can't do it on this one. So when it comes to steel though, I have a sneaking suspicion that I can build some elaborate designs for steel, but at the end of the day, it's not actually going to be a good idea. I can stack wood, yeah, anything, just a single wood, because they're not consuming anything. The big problem you're having is that the space between two tracks is an even number, but the entities are odd numbers. If you make it diagonal tracks, you have 9 squares between the tracks and no car shenanigans are needed. Okay, you're very... It... Like that? Okay, but I don't like this. I don't like this at all, because then every time you need to make a station, then it has to, okay, it has to go up here, because you can only place the stations on this one. So you still have to sort of curl it in order to figure out, okay, that one's, I can't even get it to. Yeah, see, this is, I don't even have any clue how to make this. Like, and beacons? Yeah, no, it's just gonna be a no for me. I have no interest in this one. I mean, I would like to get a screenshot. Yeah, I mean, it looks nice. Gotta say, it looks a lot less awful than I thought it would be. I'm gonna try to model it so that people who can see that. That one. Actually, I somehow managed to do the right thing and size-wise. The question is, does this tile? It doesn't. This one's getting in here, but this doesn't tile with that one. So, for all the good intention, if it doesn't tile to one stain, if it only works for one, then it's not really interesting. Need to make the rail curves the same. Yeah, maybe is it too far away? The way it's described here is from the top to the bottom. Like, okay, so basically, if this is too close, then maybe like this. That's gonna be one closer. But then we're gonna have all sorts of other issues, like there's no room for things here. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. So sorry to say, I can't make it work for more than one. If you can only make it work for one, if it doesn't tile, then it's completely irrelevant. So if you can make it tile, then trains are not aligned. It doesn't matter, does it? Because if the trains are not aligned, it's gonna hit the same space at the same. It's gonna hit here. If it doesn't hit there, then it doesn't matter if the trains are shifted a bit up or down. It's gonna hit the same place at the same location on the same train. Otherwise, it doesn't work. not infinitely tileable. It's not. If it's not tileable, then it's not working. So let me just say, it doesn't matter if the stations are not the same place. The only thing that matters is it has to be repeatable on a 7-tile grid, which means the next one must go in there. If it doesn't go in there, it's not working. And it can't. So, right, this one goes in right there. This one has to go in here because the next one has to go in there. Even 7 tiles in the diagonal. And maybe you can make some more. But, okay, aside from all of this, I would never build it like this because it takes up space, way more space. Right? Technically it doesn't, but realistically it does when everything is just nicely this, and then suddenly something is off. Then it takes a lot more space to fit in. Stretches and squeezes during construction. That was in the good old days. The good old days when you put all the trains were 6, but only when you turned them they were 5. There were 5 when they were up like this, and then there were 6 when they were horizontal, 6 tiles wide, and vertical 5 tiles. That was bad. Caused a few issues. So yeah. Yeah, parallelograms. Yes, absolutely. If it's diagonal, you need inserters every 6, not 7. Nope. Still 7. I mean, if it's diagonal, then I don't know, but it has to be... A wagon is 6 tiles plus 1 tile of coupling. So 6 tiles plus 1 coupling, 6 plus 1. So it's 7 repeatable, which is what you see here. These 3 plus 3 plus 1, that's 7. And then this part is repeating down here and repeating down there. Could you unload and load from adjacent cartridges of the same train? Yes, I could. But what am I going to do about the train afterwards? And then I'm going to run around with a train that's twice as big because half of the stuff will be empty going in and half will go empty going out. Unless, and here's the kicker, unless I unload and load it at the same time. That's crazy, right? That's just insane. So basically the train comes in full of iron ore and then puts out the iron ore, gets copper, or not copper, iron ore, and gets iron plates inbound because the iron ore converted to iron plates, even with productivity, is not going to take up as much space. And then it leaves. I think I did see that somewhere. Yeah, I think that's a bit more of a gimmick, but I mean, it's... No, productivity is not going to make a mess of it because these stack to 50 and this stacks to 100. So even 50 plus 20% productivity is still only going to be 58. And that's less than a stack. So you need 1 spare space. Not necessarily 1 spare space. I just need an intermediate chest where things can be put. Hello, Siam Slav. How was that? But thank you very much for your time tuning into the stream. And you will be greeted like everyone else is with an absolute butchering of your name. I'm sorry. It's just a thing that I do. I think it's actually a thing every streamer does. So Siam, or maybe, I mean, that looks like a Polish name. Almost all Polish names have a short form. So do you have a short form? Why not just mine into furnaces at the ore pads then? Ah. It's great. Exactly how it's pronounced. No. Yeah. So I guess your Polish buddies don't call you that either. They will probably have some abbreviations, which not necessarily makes any sense from shortening of the name. Anyway, that's up to you. You're very welcome here. Diagonal train requires 6 inserters. Okay. Factorio channel. What? Is Factorio channel on Discord kind of dead? It says messenger can't be loaded. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Let's see. All right. Let's take a look at something that's going to be way worse, and that's going to be steel. Let's start with sort of the basic premise, like that, and 4 tiles in between. I'm going to get one of these. that one. Ah, box. Okay, that one, that one. That should be fine. This one is relevant. And then output. That's also going to be fine. That'll be just no sweat at all. Although I don't like loading with this one. So how about just boom, boom, boom. Yeah, that's way better. And I am going to get a location out here. That'll infinite filters like that. All right, go. Now they have recipes, so we should be able to see. All right, inputs. The output is more, so it's actually stockpiling. That it always is. So if I could put one more beacon on this one compared to that one, it would be lovely. This is pretty simple, right? Could it be better? What if we did something like that thing? Yeah, it still wouldn't be able to get any more. What about now? Output is slightly less. Whoa, output. Oh, this is very, very close. It's slightly starved, but it's close though. You can use red plus stack. Like for which one? Yeah, Reddit source, but Reddit source is fine for this. It's also I don't know if it's not fine for this one. But then you can use two. You lose two beacons this way. Yeah, I know. I was just the point of this was to see if I could get it closer, but I would have to take these two out, and then this gets completely off. So this one has a slight overproduction. Actually, more than a slight. Oh. It's still an overproduction. So I guess that's better. Okay, hold on. Now I think I know what it is you're kind of maybe talking about. Except this one isn't going to be fast enough for this. Okay, it is. This one? It's also an option. Now I find this one to have way too few Double red in middle. How do I double red in middle without taking out a beacon? It's fast enough, yeah. Really relies on the stack bonus though. Yeah, but this, of course, stack bonus is something we have at this point. This is late game build, so you will have all the bonus you need. This one's slow. Like ratios, it's slightly too much. What if I... hold on. Now the steel got way quicker. Yeah. That's something. Except I don't think it's fast enough now. Is it? Yeah, it's fast enough. 2 reds horizontally. How am I gonna make 2 reds horizontally? If I put it here, I have to take the beacons out. If I put it here, it doesn't do anything. If I put it here, it doesn't do anything. Where do you want me to put the other reds horizontally? Horizontally. But it's still fast enough. Use stack inserters instead. Why? This is one entity, the other... This is 3 entities, so... I'd go with a no. If this is fast enough, and it is fast enough, so... You could do chest... stack, chest, stack, but this seems fast enough. Exactly. Okay, but explain to me why I should use 3 entities instead of 1. When this is fast enough. If this wasn't fast enough, we could look at our other alternatives, but this is fast enough. The only thing we're missing is kind of a... can we power it? Yes. There and there. Yeah, it's gonna take 3. Nearly a brilliant idea. Yeah, it's alright that you suggested just add some more weight and just do this. And about a buffer change. Oh god damn it, Penguin. You are leaning on a timeout there. This is so cool. What if I take this out and just let it build? Then we should see this one just slightly... We should see the red one actually stutter. Oh no, it won't stutter. It'll just be taking less than it needs. And this one will once in a while actually be running out. I could replace the chest and stack inserters with it. That one. No, because the point is the train comes in and the train needs to be unloaded, move out. Because then the train can be filled up again and come back. I don't want the train... Actually, in this case, I could let the train be parked here, but I don't think I want to. Because this... I would want to dedicate... Yeah, you always want the trains to just empty, move out, and get filled up, and then come into the stacker and where they're going to wait. Right? That's the ideal. This is a good build. Super nice. I think it's a fair enough question. You could also replace this one because it's fewer entities, but I want this because the train comes in, has 2,000 ore. I want the 2,000 ore to be unloaded as fast as possible, so the train can leave and go to the mining location, get filled up again, and come back. And it tiles? Yes, it does tile. Train entity is a bit tax on the system. Idle trains equal bad. What? Or is it a question? Is a big tax on the system. I don't agree with that. How much ore per minute is it processing? That depends on how many wagons you have, Casimir. Hestekraft. I don't think so. I don't think idle trains are a tax in the system. Try to tile 5 in a row. I mean, it tiles. Don't worry. Don't worry, guys. If it's tiling once, it's going to tile with 2 and 3 and 5 and 10. It's going to work. I know how big a train is, but we're doing this. I'm going to test it. I'm going to show it to you. There we go. That's the last one, of course. See? Exactly tile. Because the reason why I know it is because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And this is the repeatable pattern. So if it's 7, this wagon is 6 plus 1 for the coupling. Having the train unload and go back reduces the amount of trains you need on this particular line, since the station will only need another incoming train after the buffer is low. Yes. Yeah, it basically means that if I only have if I let the train stay here, okay, so if I did this so that there would be no local buffer, then the train would have to stay here until it's empty. That means by the time it's empty, it goes out, and then the next train has to come in immediately afterwards. That means you must have a minimum. No, actually, it doesn't matter. No matter how I did it, it would just the fact that the train has to start leaving. It means that it would simply run out of stuff. Yeah. So it wouldn't work if I did this, no matter what I did, no matter how many trains, because as the train starts leaving, it's running out and then it gets stuck. Then it stops and the train goes out of the station, the next train comes rolling in and stops. And in all of that time, which could be 30 seconds, the whole thing is idle because it doesn't have a local buffer. So it's super important that it has a local buffer here, and also it has a local buffer at this location. How are you going to load such big trains without belts? Multiple loading stations per one train. I have no idea. I have no idea. I would say that by the time you build stuff like this, you're going to have a ton of productivity, and with a lot of productivity, you're probably going to go like, I don't know, maybe probably 4 assemblers for a blue belt. And if you get to the point where 4 assemblers fill up a blue belt, then you only deal with blue belts that are full. They're always going to be full, and then they go straight into the train. And then I don't think that's bad performance. That's my thought. Time for smelting trains on train switching without buffering. Absolutely, Denarius. That was what I was deducing myself. Yes. That is productivity unused. Exactly. So that would be wasted, which means that the theoretical maximum cannot be achieved unless a local buffer here. All right. I like this. I like it a lot. I like this one a lot. This one, not so much, but it was the first one. The thing is, I think at the point of building this, I was afraid to make the trains too far apart, while now we sort of embraced that it's okay that they're further apart. What else do we want to make? Is the middle substation needed if you build a third print? Okay, like this one. Then this one can be cut out. Correct. The big question going through my mind, using these setups with less beacons will require more machines to achieve a certain number of SPM. So what is the sweet spot? Maybe having robots carrying stuff and having 12 beacons is better than more machines. No, I don't think so, because when you're talking about this, then you're on the north side of 5k SPM. I would say this is how I would, if I had to build a 5k SPM and I want to maintain high frame rate, then I'd have to do something like this. And if you want to go robots, then sure, you can do robots, but then we're talking like hundreds of thousands of robots, right? And I don't think hundreds of thousands of robots is the right answer. Maybe it is. But if you look at this one, I mean, this one has 10 beacons. Normally my builds only have 8 beacons. So this is better than my normal beacons. This one, or better than my normal builds. This one has 8. And this one has 10. Which is better than my normal builds. 10 beacons is great, yes. Usually I build 8 beacons and feel pretty confident about it. So 10 beacons are... This is pretty dense, this grid, and I really like this. I really like it. But it is true that it has a very different feel to it. Normally when you build stuff, you have something where you have a high throughput in and out. This is basically more like it's going to be it's efficient. It's not particularly effective. It doesn't deliver a lot of minerals or a lot of mining per second, but it delivers it in the most efficient manner, update wise, you can do. Which means that, yeah, you're probably going to need, in the end, you're going to need the same amount of electric furnaces. It's just that if you look at a furnace build like this, right, this one has 66. So in order for this one to have 66, well, it needs to be 6 times as big as this one. Yes. 12 times 6 is 72. So close enough. When I do robot-based megabases, does I need separate logistic network for specific needs? Yes, you absolutely do. Because the way that robots are allocating things is not closest to closest. It is, if you put things into a storage chest, then they will always, if they have to pick up coal, they will pick up coal from any of the storage chests, but take the storage chest that was placed first in your network. Which means that it might be way off, but if that storage chest was placed first, the robots will go there and come back. They will never go for the closest. So you have to manage the robot flying path in order to make sure that the train comes in, it takes from the train, puts it in storage chests that are nearby, and from the storage chest gets requested into location. Not just dump it into one big base and go like, yeah, you figure it out. You can do that, but then you're going to need like 10 times as many robots because you can't control the pathing. Is there a way to alter the robot code? I don't think so, and I don't think we want to. This is the beauty of it. The way that it's working is super simple, which means that you can have a million robots. If you started doing like shortest path and clever and aligned, clever assignments, then every robot calculation would be more cumbersome, and then it would drag the whole thing down. How many per minute does it do? Hey, everyone, spot the satisfactory player. Per minute. Sorry. It's all right, Cuddling. We'll get by. Yeah. I have to give Cass a hard time for this. Right. Luckily, I can answer you in satisfactory terms. Per minute, it's useless numbers, right? Oh, I know what it produces. It's just, we talk production per second, not production per minute. Production per minute is like 1579.5. That doesn't help us anything. Just giving you a hard time. It's all right. So per second, it's 11.9 per second. And the output rate of copper is higher than the input rate, which means that it'll slightly buffer. It's all right. You're welcome to ask. Just also expect a bit of friendly teasing. So with this setup, you have way less entities, but need way more trains because you have only one smelter per wagon. Is it worth to have that much more trains? Doesn't necessarily need more trains, just need bigger trains. The train could be like 60 wagons long, and then there'll still be few trains. There'll still be one train. But I get your point. It's a good point that raising it like, okay, where's the trade-off between one thing and the other, and I think this is the right thing to do. As slowly as that factory, we can do minutes, but we're dealing with super machines. We do seconds. Exactly. So McDonald, please help with accumulators, solar panels, batteries for late game. Yeah, I could do that. I think actually that's probably because people have been requesting a battery build for late game or a battery build for masterclass, and I just feel like I'm not going to do a masterclass just with batteries. It's pretty simple. But if we did it with batteries, accumulators, and solar panels in mind, then you could, and then throw in some laser turrets, then it's actually good. Highlighted a base that used 100 wagons long. Yeah. I mean, I have never done it, so. Best train to wagon ratio. I don't exactly know. MS on build updates. Need to actually learn how trains work. Yeah. 1-4. I like 1-4 trains, but they're not. This is definitely not something you would build with 1-4 trains. This is, I would say, if you're building stuff like this, you would go, I would say a minimum of 24 wagons. I see one cosmetically flaw in your train will be longer than your city blocks. Yes, this is not a city block build. I would say minimum 24 wagons, but preferably more. Oh, right. The mod is max rate calculator. Control N. Super lovely. Lovely, lovely. Max rate calculator. Oh, 4-8. Oh, Corpora, that's not a good sweet spot. You want to do 2-8, not 4-8. There's no reason to do 4-8. You can do 2-8 and it's going to be fine. Could you snake the train up and down and fit in the block? Maybe, but I don't want to. Designing train stations. Kind of. So I missed it. What is the ratio for copper plates to iron plates per cargo wagon? Close to 1-1. Not quite, but if you look at it like this, this is the inputs, right? So it's close enough to 1-1 that we can kind of go like send in whichever one is lowest. Do you care about 2 additional beacons in the steel build? Yes. Why? Switch me. I don't think it's actually does it tile then. I don't think it does, but let's see it. And it's 3 in the middle. All right, let's. I'm just trying to build this. Somewhere this one has to do that. I think this one will not be fast enough now. That's what I think will be the problem. Does it tile on a... It tiles nicely. It's really nice. I like it. And let's see. But I think that with this change, the middle one is not going to be fast enough. Okay, there's a problem here. Yeah, okay, so the difference... Okay. I should take a break. This one now gets 9 beacons. This one gets 9 beacons. While on this one, it gets 8 beacons and 10 beacons. And 8 plus 10 is better. No. Sorry, I messed up. Sorry. There you go. Move the penis over. There you go. That one's better. Sorry. Off by 1. As always, everything is off by 1. Oh, it's a really nice ratio. Really nice. Except the rate here, 3.8 is more than this one can handle. So it has to be this one, which is okay. And I think it's better. Right? Sorry. Well, clip it. Good luck with that. My limited chest, because I don't want this one to fill up. There's no point in filling it up. Need a quote bot. Yeah, we have one actually. Actually, that's... I don't like it. I mean, I don't like you, Savage Me. I don't like you. I don't like you anymore because you improved something I was really happy with. I was super happy with this, and I don't know how I suddenly this one got improved. But that's awesome. It's awesome and annoying.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
I can find no flaw. Anonymous gifter gifted a sub to Towerful. Really? Towerful? You... Okay. Whoops. That's the only thing I can say, is that the power posts don't look great. But I mean, if that's what I can find to complain about, then I'm a bit stretched here. This is genius. Hold my beer. Exactly. One of the same. Yeah. Well, Mikolaj, then build it, screenshot it, because the thing is, explanations on chat is so difficult. So difficult for me to get. It's really difficult. Why wouldn't you want iron processed? I mean, what's the point of filling this one up? I don't get it. It just means that I'm gonna... This buffer is not serving any purpose. This is faster than that one, so it'll never run out. I'm gonna have a buffer here for things that come in to unload the train. But these two just have to be linked. This is Eliyahu M. Goldrat's #1 thing. Any improvement that's not on the bottleneck is not contributing. So having this one fill up a box, that just adds a buffer for no reason at all. Yeah, I'm going to take a short break. It is 10 o'clock. So I'm going to take a short break and then we'll be back with more weird train design. I had no idea we were going to do this. This is so cool. This is funny. And I know, you know who's... I answered this question. You know who's going to regret not being here for this? Jeff. Good old Jeff S. He would have loved to be here with these weird designs for sure. But he'll probably join later and go like, what? What are you doing? Silly. But... in the meantime, we'll make something awesome. Yeah, I guess he's working, that poor guy. Yeah. So, anyway, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't go away. All right, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for joining me on this fine Monday evening. Remember, this is always like at around this time. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday will be the new Factorio series. If you missed the fact that we started a new series yesterday and frantically go looking for the VODs, then I'm actually going to see if there is a mod present to hammer out that command. The mods are gone from Twitch. They will be removed as soon as they are uploaded to my YouTube channel. Wow. Not a single mod is awake. Yeah. So mods are no longer on Twitch due to risk of copyright issues. Check out my VOD channel. Yeah, so that is my VOD channel. All VODs, not actually this one, I think. All Let's Play VODs will go to that channel. Maybe I'll put this one here just in case, just for the hell of it. And that means no more watching here on Twitch. Watch it on that YouTube channel, and also make sure that you actually subscribe to that channel, because, well, it helps me, because I need to get to some benchmarks before I can flip on monetization, and why not? Factorio became an extra blueprint channel in Discord. I don't know. Did it? Anyway, so Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday will be the Factorio series continuing, and Friday will be my PlayStation arrival date, I hope. Well, actually, it should arrive on Thursday, so I can have all of Friday to make sure that it's working and set it all up, so that we can start playing Demon Souls Friday night. And that's a game that I've been looking so much forward to. So it's like the original Souls. The original Souls game, and it's going to be super difficult, but actually look amazingly good and played really well as well. So I'm really looking forward to that game, to play that, and that'll be my non-Factorio game starting next week. So in this week, I'm just adding some more stuff, Factorio stuff. If you're also interested, I also have. I'm still streaming Assassin's Creed Monday and Friday mornings here, so that's going to be Friday morning next one. Anyway, let's go back to this. So there was a comment about doing something with, I'm not going to do train cold liquefaction. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. But the next one we want to do is actually red circuits. And then I'm going to come back. Once I've learned a bit more, we're going to come back to the green ones. Is this a belt displaced? No, this is just a design part. So how would we make red circuits? Well, it's going to be one of these. Bloop. It's going to need three things in. One of them is a cable thing that has to be built on site, because we're not going to bring cables in. We're going to build all these things in. Yeah, the reason why I don't want to do ratioed wagons is because I think that's not a great idea. If the plan is that these trains are going to be 60 way long, is it worth designing an unloading system for them? Something that can part a 60 wagon into multiple 4 wagon trains. I don't think I wouldn't use that.
A new subscriber arrives.
CHR West. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you very much. And welcome. I don't know how we are going to be butchering that name. There's too many consonants at the beginning for me to figure out how to pronounce it. So I guess somehow. This is going to be super inefficient, this one, because it's really not consuming much. This can way overproduce. That's actually not a great idea. I wonder how I'd want to do this. This is not going to be optimal in terms of ratios. If you look at this one, then you will see that the ratio here is 0.33. So we can actually feed 8. One of these can feed 8 of those. That's wasteful. Then that means I actually have 8 times as many here as I need. That's not good. That's not good. Huh. What do you guys think? Would it be worth making a separate copper cable setup at one common and bringing the cables in parallel to tracks? I don't know. So my options are either we have a dedicated location that converts iron of copper plates into copper wire. It's not great to be transporting copper wire trains, right? That's disgusting. It's a low density item. The alternative is that we use 8 times as many entities to go here, which is not great either. Maybe, at least, no. That one and that one. It's just, this is the repeatable pattern. First wagon, copper, and cables running from north to south. Running on belts. This, the whole point of this is we don't use belts at all. So that's kind of a thing I want to avoid. It's also going to be super disgusting in another way, and that's the part that how many trains it actually requires. That can be done. So basically I'm going to have these are also super slow, so that might not be a big issue. And plastic. These are same quantities, and that one will just be boop, 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 and then no. That's it. Is there any way we can get more if we did this? No, then this one also has to move up one, and it can't. Why not move right side 2 closer, right side 2 closer? Then I don't have a buffer for this one, and I need that. Good evening, Conrad. Yeah, make it 2 wagons long is an option. This one, unfortunately, isn't an option. So I'm gonna have to get this one. I mean, these don't like to be here. I watched the VOD from yesterday. I stopped by to say the episode of House where he's talking about the recurse is also my favorite. Hey, yes. Good evening. It is absolutely. All right. Good night, buffs, and good luck with your certificate. What is this witchcraft? What about this witchcraft here? Or this one? Or this one? This is the worst witchcraft we've come up with so far. Oh no, I'm not saying 2 wagon is not an option. I'm just I want to build this one, and then I can look at a 2 belt wagon thing. That's actually why I built this so that I could get a better sense of how two belts would work. That one means there. And then the change could be closer. A lot closer. But the question is also like, I don't know if this is even feasible, is it? I guess this is something we can slightly manipulate with if... Oh, whoa, that's not good. That is not good. Yeah, so... one of them can get more. This one... we actually have to go down there, and then that gets screwed. What? Boop. There was a boop. What was that boop? Oh no. What? 1/2 plastic, 1 green? No. Oh. Yeah, I know. I can do it in an L shape. That might also be what I have to do at some point. Okay, how much? This one has 12. This one has 13. Why do you have more? Oh, because that one. Now this also has 13. That's actually nice to be able to have 13. And now I can't get stuff in here. Can you move the bottom row of beacon down 1 space? Nope. Unless I also move this one up, because then it doesn't tile with the wagons anymore. Just built a 12 beacon design for iron copper smelting. Why? Why would I do that? Around the corner, it's kind of gross. And that has another issue, and that's I'm not unloading it. I'm not unloading both stations here. So when a train comes in of copper like this, I'm only unloading one location. That's kind of not great. Maybe this is just... This is symmetric. It has 12 plus 12, and then that's much better. Because yes, and then the outbounds. That seems so weird that if this is actually, is it working? I think it is. Maybe I can do that one. It's gonna be so slow anyway, that's definitely gonna keep up. We like. Obviously, we're not even close to having enough here. This train-to-train base could be an interesting challenge just to do in vanilla. Gives me the shudders to think doing this in a mod pack play. Oh, absolutely. This This is just something I got inspired by watching a base, and then I just kind of wanted to do this myself, do these kind of designs with you guys. Now that we sort of started on this, I think this works. There might be some tuning here. It's 1 plastic per red chip. Can the plastic wagon input be used to take the red chip's output? No. I don't think it'll simplify it. I think it's one of those things where on paper it's going to work, but suddenly your base is jammed, and then that you have just plastic all over your, I don't know, your blue signs, for example, or your module production, and because somehow it didn't unload complete, or it whatever things, right? And then you would also, like, the scheduling would be go to plastic, go to red circuits, unload the plastic, load the red circuits, go to somewhere that the red circuit needs to be used, but that has to be sort of generic, and then go back to plastic. But some of the other red trains are not necessarily going to be this. Also, the ratio isn't going to be perfect. It's going to be 1 plastic in gives 1.4 red circuit out, but that means the wagons is only going to be 70% full by the time it leaves. That's a mistake, I think. It's not great, at least. How will work having inbound outbound trains on the same station? Will they need to have filtered cargo? No, there's 2 different trains. I just need to control. We are going to have to wire this up like this here, and so on. So this needs to be wired. I know exactly what I need to do, right? Copper in and red out. This one's copper in, red out. Yes, absolutely. Okay, what is Sticky's comments? 2 beacons in the very left between the red circuit. 2 beacons in the very left between the red circuit assemblers. What about those 2 beacons? I know, if I built there, I know, but then it'll affect that one, but this one won't affect that one, and then they're no longer equally fast, and then we get back to all the crap that I was doing before. This one is now affected by 12 sources. This is affected by 11 sources. So if they're not running at the same speed, they're not going to fill up the train at the same time. So that's why I don't do it. Don't you need a filter out insert? Yeah, that's true. These 2. True. It'll yank the red circuits. Yes, absolutely. Like, building this and actually getting it work is going to be difficult. I think this is better. It has a different footprint. Why only 2 ingredients in a wagon? Oh, no. 1 ingredient per wagon. Hello, it's Sergeant Dragonbane. Bad Sylvester. I am not having more than 1. I'm just having 2 trains coming in. And I think I'm going to have to explain how that's going to be working. And let's kill this one. I don't think that's good enough. So I am going to have a train that's going to be right there. Maybe a kind of... Good. This one. Advanced circuit. That's how I do it. Good stuff. Plastic bar. Alright, so a train comes in. It's a happy train. This one is a happy train. It contains green circuits. Woo! Happy! It comes into this location. here. And I'm also going to output it into, oops, one of these, so we can at least spot what is being transported on this belt, right? And then we're going to have some kind of circuit thing up here, which basically says that
You have returned.
it's just a 2 train here, right? Ooh, okay, I think I actually have to build this train system thing somewhere. And there was a silence, WDA. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Okay. I built this half for you, but also half for me. Okay. And we are going to build... You sound interested in this idea. Yeah, I am. I think it's an interesting... What is that one? That was screens. Oops. There, and... Okay. Why don't you use infinity wagons? I don't know if there's a thing such as infinity wagons. Not that I know of. Let's see. Right? As soon as one of these goes in here, then it blocks the other one. So only one train can be in there. Cool. So, this one. Actually, I do not want that. And I don't want that one either, but I want that one. And I don't want this one. So, I'm going to get the total content here. I am going to say if... this one. Okay, I'm gonna have 2 conditions. This one will have the condition that it is enabled when it gets 2 green signals. Cool. This one's gonna be enabled at exactly the same time when it receives 2 green signals.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Thank you. Hey,
Welcome
Tracer,
home.
good to see you. Thank you for the 22 months of tier 2. Woohoo! Train action, absolutely. All right, so I'm going to get that one in. This one will get the message on how much is in here, and it'll just feed it into all of these. The first one is going to say, if that one is less than that one, then output 1 green. So this means if I have less green circuits than plastic, we'd want to have the... No. There. When I have more greens than plastic, it's the plastic one that opens. Yes? There. And this one goes lower than Make sure that the edge case where they're equal is not there. Alright, so far so good. This one is outputting green. Then I'm also having one that says if this one is less than, I don't know. What would that be? What would that be? Let's think. For the plastic to come in, plastic will have 4,000 in each wagon, so it has to be able to unload 4,000. When it's unloading 4,000, I'm just gonna make it. When it's less than 1,000, then send a green. And this one will be... Is that correct? Yes.
A kind gesture.
Hello, I can't see the name. Weasel Sneeze 123. Thank you for the 200 bits. Nice, thank you. Appreciate it. I like using combinators to combine my input signals like this. Cool. Oh, it went 4,000. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So you set the values as well. I think that's just good practice from a programmer perspective. To optimize for UPS, why don't you do it on the station with plastic is less than chest times 30% of chests? I can explain it. I can explain why. The answer is... Then I can't see what the hell's going on, and right now it's more important that I know what the hell's going on and you can see what's going on than performance. But I think performance-wise, you're right. There, right? So, this one should be closed, and this one should be open. Let's go on the map view. Yes. Now let's... And we're going to cheat a bit, because that's the other side is not relevant right now. Whoa. Ah, that part. Okay. Okay. Why? That does not look good. The fact that this one inserts it. That does not. Whatever. We'll figure out how this one wants to be built. See, that's fine. Okay. Are we at any risk of wagon modules being unbalanced with each other? Seeing as red circuit train completely unload right. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, let's try this. So these trains will go from plastic until full, go to that one until empty, this one, go from that one until full, go to that one until empty. And then I just flip this on, goes in here. This will unload. It doesn't matter that it takes a bit of time. That's perfectly fine. We have rules to make things go faster. There you go. This is all way over my head. It's alright. It's also way over my head. So we'll overhead it together. So, of course, nothing is working yet. Why is this one? Oh, this is not great. This makes no sense. Why is it outputting 1? This is when... This one's outputting when... What the hell? What am I doing wrong? Stop! Hold on! Wait! Why? Oh. Aha. Hmm. Would mixed load trains be easier to buffer? It would be easier to buffer, but then you have to get your plastic location, which is over here, and your green circuit production is over here, and you have to have a train going all the way over there, and then cross over with its 60 wagons of plastic going straight through your entire base, only to get filtered up with all the green trains that are supposed to go to blue circuits and all that other crap, and in order to get in here just to make it slightly easier. So that's a no. So you're making a small optimization here by making the rest of the base an absolute disaster. So that's why it's not easier. Okay, so at this point, one of these will actually always be open because either one will be higher than the other one, right? Okay. Okay, so now this... Okay, so now it's actually plastic that's the lowest. At this point, you have to imagine that, of course, these are bigger trains, and they're waiting in a buffer where they're loaded, and they're just... Or a stacker, where they're just stuck there in stacker, waiting to get in here. And at some point, this value will drop. It shouldn't be dropped less than 1,000 here. It should be more like 5,000 or something. Just so that we make sure that it can actually work. So you can see they will now just slowly decrease as we are building. Don't you need filter inserters also for the loading reds? Or it will put reds in the copper train? No, because the copper train, when it comes in, will be filtered to only store copper. I hope. Otherwise, I'm going to make a mistake. If I filter this, it doesn't make a difference. It's just going to put it into the copper train unless I filter this. The copper train has to be filtered for copper. Yeah. So basically I can now... So all of this is super slow, but it doesn't matter because it's also slow in the sense that maybe it takes 11 minutes to feed this one, but that also means that only every 11 minutes is it going to get a train in. So even if a very big base... All right, fine. Just get one train in every 11 minutes, but that train is now going to, let's say it has 60 wagons or something. Each of these is going to be 2,000, 8,000, so 60 times 8,000, 480,000 is then the sort of the batch size that we move around, which means that, yes, it takes a long time, but on the other hand, it actually just transports a lot of stuff around. And that should theoretically lower the production, the train congestion. And we have another one that came in. Nice. Spazzing out. Is the sushi train a bad idea? Yes, it is. And it's the reason why I think it's a bad idea is because you will need to have your trains go to both the copper location, both the plastic location and the green circuit location, and they'll most likely be very far apart. Copwa, where's Copwa? I know Copwa is... Since all modules should work at the same speed, isn't it enough to just monitor the first wagon's chest? Yes, it is. If it is. It should be. But yes. What is a sushi train? And it's just one mixed with... Sushi in Factorio has actually sort of devolved into meaning something else. Initially, you would have sushi belt for science, which is kind of like when you have... What is it called? The sushi, the running sushi, where just... lots of different dishes coming around. So basically that was your science belt. That is one belt of all the different flavors of science on the same belt. Now kind of something called sushi means just that's multiple things mixed up. Exactly. Which doesn't make any sense. It makes sense the origin that it's running sushi, and you can see that the running sushi analogy to a science belt with 7 different sciences just floating past. But now calling a train a sushi train is like, what? And totally didn't go to a sushi belt restaurant. I totally missed out. Well, there's a lot of things that are. Yeah, okay, so a hugely controversial statement here. Salmon is not sushi. Yet when you go to a sushi place, half of the shit is salmon. But salmon is not sushi. It's not original sushi. It's American sushi. Or actually, technically, it's Norwegian sushi. Because the good old Norwegian salmon industry just needed more people to eat their sushi. So they went to Japan and were like, hey! And they go, nah, fuck off. Went to US and go like, this is sushi. Because it's cheaper? No, supposedly, if you have salmons, okay, I'm on thin ice. If you have salmon in hot water, like around Japan, then they have a tendency to develop parasites. Not good, so don't eat them. But if you have them in cold water, like around Norway, it's all good, not so much parasites, or at least the way they treat them, that's less parasitic things. So anyway, traditionally, if you want to eat raw fish, you don't eat raw fish full of parasites, because that's kind of bad for you. Hence, it's not a traditional Japanese sushi to eat salmon, because the salmon available around there at the time of traditional things, right? Then you wouldn't eat raw salmon because it would have parasites. Not good. But then the Norwegian industry, oh no, we got that all sorted out in all this big fish farms and stuff, and all of the other things that probably happens as you. But it didn't go to Japan. It went to the US, and it got popular in the US, and then from there it migrated back to Japan. So you can definitely get sushi in Japan with salmon, but it didn't come from there. And you know what? I don't eat sushi, so there you go. This works. Okay, so this is actually the idea of one of these things. To go doing this, like you need 40 car red trains, but that train needs to go where? Everywhere in the base, or does it only partially unload? Oh no. It doesn't partially unload. It goes to one place and one place only. So you would say this train here departs every, I don't know, 11 minutes. I don't know how much it actually would be. Let's see how much. This is producing 2.2 per second. Oh, how much does it take to deliver? 16,000 divided by 2.275 divided by 60. So every 2 hours, one of these trains will leave. Every 2 hours. What are we missing here? The thing is, right, one of the big things in my bases, right, is train congestion. Need large batches then? Yes, absolutely. But then the thing is, it comes in and then it's going to go into blue science, and then you just need a big, giant blue science base. Will 2 copper wagons be enough to fill 2 red wagons? If it's not equal, then either... okay, this train is not going to be parked here. This train should... there's also has to be some logic here, because we're also going to have to do... Whoops. That one. Okay, let's just slow it down again. Yeah, this one also has to be feeding these two. Actually... Yeah. This has to be... oh, crap. It's not actually possible, is it? Because this one works perfectly, except it doesn't work perfectly. This has to be the input train for copper, because that's the only way I can unload from both of these sides. But if I shift it two down, then this one won't be able to, for example, here. You know, just no. So this one actually has to be doing that one. That's going to be arrows. Even for something like this, you want to get it right. Item equal copper plate. What? No. Whoop. Switch the red inserter and the beacon for the red circuit. Switch the red inserter and the beacon. I can't do that because then it's going to be here, which doesn't align with that one, so that's not an option. More midwives. Is that a midwife? Okay. So the only question is whether it would be prudent to do this one so that it's always going to be the same here. Although we're not saving entities then. Okay, when copper is less than something, for the train leaving, you can send a signal to the red circuit train. Oh no, that's actually not what I want. I wanted to do it the other way around. Okay, so I guess we also have to do this one. That's as good as place as I need to start. So what are the conditions where I want the copper train in? I guess we're going to have to build a copper train as well. This has just evolved in quite a lot. Oops. Yep. Except this one. Yeah. And this one's going to be okay. Out. Out. Get out of here. Did I just get a quick flash of... Thank you, Jeff. Yeah. General Domain, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Okay, so this one. I have to go from that one to full until that one until empty. Why? How's that not possible? Oh, it's because it's one network, so it's a bit complainy. There. Right? Now this should work, right? No. Why are you closed? What are we missing? Double disabled. What? It's supposed to be this one. Did I? What did I do? Oh no. That's not correct. That kind of sucks. How did I mess that one up? And yeah, not that one. Right, and go to that one until empty. Everything's good. I'm gonna get that one in here. You're gonna go to this one. I'm just gonna mark it as manual. This one is good as well. Cool. And all of these. Got it. Yep. Does someone know how much UPS we actually save with this build? No, no one knows. How are you going to unload the second copper wagon? There. These two. And this one should now disappear. There. Good. Okay, so now I need to figure out when do I want to... I want to make sure that only one of those can be active, right? So that means the first condition I want to do is that one. When is this active? This is going to be active when... Yeah, okay. When the amount of red circuits is enough to fill a full train. Yes. Then you send a signal. All right, that's good. Is there anything else? No. So when is the other one active? Well, that's active when this is not the case. And the amount of copper is less than 5,000. And this one will then be wired up. Connect the combinators with the power pole. Psh, I would never forget stuff like that. This one is then unfortunately different from the other one. It just has one. And this one has two. Does it make sense? Yeah. I'm gonna need that arrow out that I had somewhere. Yeah. I want that arrow, otherwise I can't see if it's green or open or closed. Let's see. Connect the command. Check both wagons separate for the red circuit. Okay. I think this is gonna be good, right? What is the L code for the arrow? I don't know. I just copy it from this command every time. I just copy it here, so if I want that, I'll go here and grab it. Okay, and I think this is going to be fine. This one will need to be going from that one until full. It is. and then go into that one until empty, and I switch it on, and it will go on. Yes, this one should have everything. Good. This is now here. Alright, so what you're seeing now is this one's slowly increasing, and I'm going to speed up things. Now this is actually completely showing the essence of what we want. Of course, we'll get these in a nicer way, hopefully. It goes out. And is now at 7.5, so train stations are all of it is disabled, and it's just chugging along, building up more and more red circuits, and by the time I get 16,000 circuits, that's going to be a while. And then we will summon this train to actually fill it up. And when that train comes in, no matter if we're missing anything or not, this one will not go in. Good morning, JD. Hello, ZZYZXTV. We're doing sort of train-to-train builds, designs. So my guess is that this will be way simpler after the 1.1 updates. Not actually, I don't think so. If it's okay, I need to take a break, so I'm just gonna leave it here. We can always set, when I come back after the break, if this hasn't filled up to the 16,000, then I'm just gonna manually enforce it. Also, maybe some of the other has deployed. Cortana isn't available in your region. Well, thank you, Cortana. Why would I actually start up Cortana? I don't know how. I must have accidentally started Cortana. And Cortana started again. Well, fuck you. And Cortana started again. Well, fuck you even more. And it started again. Why do I have Cortana forcefully starting up and I can't close it? That kind of sucks. Isn't the Cortana the evil AI? I can't get rid of Cortana. Close? No, it's back. What the fuck? I've never seen this before. Anyone has seen this? I would imagine this is something that just... Cortana, hello. Fuck off. Force kill? Well, it's at least gone now for a bit. Alright, I will take a short break, then I'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't go away. And welcome back. Thank you for joining this fine evening. And thank you for your patience while I take my mandatory breaks. They're not mandatory, except that I want to have them. Here we go. 6.2. Alright, let's pretend Whoosh. Okay. So it just goes, whee, fill it up. Of course, now it won't be filling it up because... But you can see that essentially it works, right? And this one should then be... or item count is greater than... Whoops. 6,000. Should have done that before. There. Whoosh, just go there. All right. Any questions? Oh, hey, Hopzilla. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Welcome to the community. Appreciate it. Is it possible to make 2 stations at different distances so you can enable, disable plastic green separate? Hey, Ross Patterson. Is it possible to make 2 stations at different distances so you can enable... I don't understand that. What do you mean? Different distances? This is exactly what I have. What I feel I've done is then making them at different distances. If that's what you mean. You'd need longer longhand inserters to reach over a train. Ah. There are 2. I couldn't see the second one. Ah, yeah. So how about that? Your idea already implemented. How about that? That's good, right? So I think this is interesting, right? I mean, I think that... This one is, of course, idle most of the time. Would it make sense to mirror the build along the copper rail? Then a train could leave every hour instead of every 2 hours. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That's also kind of what... I don't want to do it here, but I would also definitely say that you'd need... Because you want to be able to fill this train up. And this train, because things stack to 200, these ones, then you can have quite a lot in a train. And that's a problem. So I would definitely do that, right? Do you have a separate red circuit station for each item in the production chain, like blue science, blue circuits? No, I wouldn't do that. I would say... I would use Kirk McDonald to figure out how much red circuits I would need for... It's going to be mainly for purple science, but it's also going to be for space science, and it's going to be for blue science. So it's only lots of it for purple, some of it for blue, some of it for space. The space science is for robot control modules, right? So maybe it's going to end up being like, then we'll build, I don't know, 5 of these stations or 10 of these stations. I don't know how many we want to build of these stations with how many trains we want. And then I will have more trains allocated than I have stations available. Will I? Probably about 2. It also depends on like how big the base would be, so that if one of these stations have to go really far away, then it would have to sort of maybe have 3 trains just to have them sort of running on the tracks. But then I would basically go, okay, sort of approximately I need 80%. No, I think it's... I would imagine that it's something like 60% of all red circuits go into the purple science, 20% into space science, and 20% into blue science. Something like that. So on the paper, you would have 5 trains or 10 trains. 10 trains, 2 for space, 2 for blue, 6 for purple, if they're all sort of equally spaced. And then you just let it go. And then there would be maybe 5 stations, and those 10 trains would sort of figure it out themselves, I hope, maybe, kind of. Different lengths of trains for different builds? No, absolutely not. Because then you would waste things. For module production? Yeah, but that's what I mean by purple science. I would definitely have a separate location for building modules. That would be sort of in a starter base context, and not in a in part of this. This build would be exclusively designed and built. Oh, see, this one wants to come in, but it can't. Not until it empties. Ah, that's actually funny. Ah, that's a mistake. That's a weird mistake. $5,000 plus 4 plus 4. Yeah, 5 plus 4 plus 4 is 13, and this one can maximum store 9.6. I'm an idiot. Which is also going to be the same as this one. This one's also going to have issues, isn't it? There, yes. So this one fills up. Boom, off you go. And get rid of it. Yeah. So the idea is, let's say that blue science doesn't really need as much. Well, it's just not requesting much. So as long as the total production of red circuits is enough to fulfill all of the requirements for blue, purple, and space science, then I know that sort of on the short term, like a few hours, then it will be inefficient because there might be allocated too many trains onto the blue circuits, but then they'll get stuck there. Will it? I think it will. Maybe I won't even do it for blue circuits. That's less likely. I think it's more likely that I'll build it for one for productivity module, one for electric furnace, and then one for speed modules. Yeah, speed modules. That's where we need it. I don't know. This is like hypothetical, right? Instead of training a full green training in full green circuits, what if you brought in iron plates instead and built green circuits on site? No. But build iron plates instead and build green circuits on site. Like for this one? No. There's not enough room for it, and it will also be hopelessly inefficient. Train-wise, this is way more compact. Plus, this is going to be used for something else. I wonder what that is for. That's weird. Just build one next to it. There you go. You're going to need a lot of green circuits. So anywhere you need green circuits, you bring in the green circuits instead of building them on site at that moment, because that's, yeah, no. Otherwise, if you use that argument, then you should also always bring in raw ore, because why not process it on site? So, no. This whole idea makes me think of your Brave New World. I think the train-to-train scales easier than the... Yes, it absolutely does. This is a better idea. But at that time, I didn't even do the mining into trains, and it's kind of the mining into trains that have gotten me started on thinking this is even a possibility. Well, bring in iron ore, copper ore, oil, and do it on site. That's exactly what I did in the previous series. It's okay. I scaled it up to, what was it, 3,000 science? But then we started to lose updates. Couldn't go much further than that and still maintain 60-60. So, yeah. Which I think is actually okay. I mean, running a 3,000 science per minute base at 60-60 is okay. Yeah, you'd actually not be bringing coal. You're not bringing oil, you'd bring in coal instead. Alright, so there was a question about... I think we'll leave this as it is. I think we got some really cute builds here. I'm not sure about this one. This one could definitely be improved. This one I think is pretty quirky. Too quirky. What about plastic? Plastic? Plastic, you build a plastic location somewhere. And you want to see something funny? If you want to build plastic, I think you do it this way. Guys ready? Like that. I think you'd do it this way. Because that's way more efficient. But that's not plastic. No, but it's the bigger part. Plastic I would also do train to train. I have a 10 kspm base with modules of 1 kspm that use 90% direct insertion from ore to science. The only exception was base science. I'd like to see that. Russ Patterson is a vanilla. How much did you cheat? How about sharing with me? Then I can do a review of it on YouTube. I'd love to do that. Oh no, so it's very much worth it. But if you're really at a point where you have to optimize for anything, then I would think this is more efficient. Endgame accumulators. I mean, endgame. It's really simple. We can load a save and then that's it. I can just give you the blueprint for it. Train to train. Oops, should have been 24. Ah, you cheated. You cheater. You cheater. That's alright. The most people do. That's why it's so important. At 100 signs per minute. Really, Era? Then there's something weird, or you're running it on a potato. There you go. That's the build you want, I think. Let's grab it and take it into our how does one share a base best? You can always ask me, and then I can give you a link to a Google Drive where you can upload the save game. Or if you just have your Google Drive or Dropbox or something, then just throw it there and share with me. And that one. Yeah, that was a bad idea. There you go. Ah, man. Factorio is just so robust on loading saves and matching mods, all that stuff. You kind of forget how difficult these things can be when you're used to working with Factorio. Just the whole thing, like, boom, there you go. Loaded everything up. Does it need beacons? Yes, of course it needs beacons. I mean, the reason I'm saying, of course, you're saying end game. So yeah, let's make this one, improve this one. I kind of want to leave this one as it is. I think this is a fun thing, and I want to come back to it some point. I don't know when, but I think this is fun. This is a fun little topic. I don't know when I'm gonna use it, but in Discord, a link to Reddit. It has links to Pastebin and modules. For what? Rose Partner, what are you linking? Link to Reddit? Pastebin modules? Pastebin for modules? Huh? Oh, right, for your... Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, that's not the same. I'm not going to bother building myself. I would be interested in seeing the actual base. Okay. Let's see, this one I'm definitely gonna need to do better. Yeah, this one is copper, right? I feel this one is almost perfect. So this build is consuming a full build of batteries, a full build of copper, 3 full builds of green circuits, and a full build of steel. This is a massive build. So it's going to be difficult to actually keep this one well fed. But I'm not, so the part I'm not so happy about is this one. Like, the fact that these are not next to each other, I don't like it. Right? So how would I do this? How would I... What everything needs? Experience. It's... Yeah, it comes with experience. So, okay, so the only thing I don't like about this is the fact that I don't have the green ones next to each other. Whichever way I want them to have them, then I don't have them next to each other. I don't like that. How are we going to solve that? I think the answer is probably going to be something like this one, and then just kill this, and then go that one, and that one. There. This one goes one, okay, how many? 18, so that's the first 6. That means here. And then the second one. I guess that's better, right? It looks nicer. That's a very, very small improvement. Move the bottom green circuit above the solar builders and then squiggle. Squiggle? You go squiggle. Squiggle, squiggle, squiggle. Yeah, that's the other option, is having this one here. Then I would need to have one in here as well. That one, that one. I don't know if this is what you meant, but that's another option to do it. I don't like that one. Or squiggle, squiggle. Could also just squiggle, squiggle and go back, squiggle out. And then do that one. Not what I meant. What do you... Like this, squiggle, squiggle? Why not just put the red under one tile? Oh yeah, that's way better. Oh, of course. Sometimes, right? It's the simple solution that's just... Squiggle, 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 squiggle. It's a lot of undergrounds for this. I don't think this is actually making it better. Okay, I like this idea, but I'm still... And then this one goes into here. Sorry, I just noticed I was just being very quiet while I was doing this. I don't think this looks good. I think this looks worse. Also, only the first 6 inserters have to move out. Yeah, but then it gets even worse because then it's not even symmetric anymore. Is it actually fast enough? Yeah, it's fast enough. Just needs 5. I don't even know what I did before. What did I do before? I did something else and I didn't have this one. I think I like mine better. Obviously, but you know. It does take up a bit more space. Well, that's not working. This has to be that. What the hell did I do? This is so awful, right? Yeah, red inserters for green circuits, but they're not keeping up. That's exactly correct. That's why I was like, that's not gonna work. I don't like this, by the way. This is not great. Is there a way to do it on the other side? I don't think so, but maybe. What if this one went like 1 up, and this is the output belt? And the question is then, I think this might actually be working. Why 2 splitters and not 1 and a belt? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's because this is more symmetric. Does this work? Why not? It's not getting any copper. It really should, but it doesn't because it should be fine, right? Let's save Tinker base to Google Drive and post the link in subchat. Nice, thank you, Rush Partisan. I do have another base that I'm currently looking at, so might be taking a bit of time, but I'd like to take a look at it. And if you have some things that you find is interesting, that is cool and unique, that should be emphasized, then I'd love to do that. I'd like to do some more base review things. Yeah. This is better, right? This is better. If the line you have only one of it, why don't you have copper, the closest one, and just merge circuits down? Because I need to make sure that it's I need 15 electronic circuits, so it must be the stack inserter picking up the electronic circuits. And I think what you're saying, it would imply that copper is closest and then the other ones would be greens, and then I can't pick it up fast enough. So I think that's the answer to the question. or the comment. Okay, so let's kill this. I love questions that I can answer. They are the best. Boom, boom. Dum, 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 dum. Yeah. So just take all of this out. Ooh, not that one. Ooh, ooh. That was about the most manly noise I could make at this hour of the day. Ooh. Even the jazz hands was there, so I mean, hope you appreciated it. Would 1, 2 red inserters be enough? I don't know. This is better. Alright, let's see if Timbo has something that just makes me... Other way around. Oh, okay, yeah. But then in your design you don't have steel coming in. But would it be possible to use half a belt of steel? Nope. It's not. It uses a full belt. This is 45 of all of them. And this one is 3 full belts, so can't do any half belts. Okay, so kind of it's the same Timbo, except that I would prefer to have 3 green belts next to each other like this. How do you the ghost build so easily in sandbox mode? Because I have these very nice robots with a nice flying speed of stupendous. So that's why. So they're actually just... There's also a mode... What? Interesting approach. Yeah, I think this is good. So if you really want to go ham on this, then this will give you... why not? There's something wrong though. Oh, okay. Well, I think I'm going to be doing this thing, and then go... There. So now it's just going to continue forever and ever and ever. How do you provide enough batteries to in main game for accumulators? Well, just build more. That's the only thing we're kind of missing. Max rate calculator is the one here that calculates. It's super nice. It does have some caveats that you have to match inputs and outputs, but it's very nice. Hello, JCG. Welcome. Have you caught one of your streams? Well, it's not because I'm not streaming often enough that it's hard to catch my stream. It's probably time zone. You're too busy. That's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. We need lights, of course. Of course, of course. There. Alright, I like this. Except for that part. We happy? I think we're happy. Hey, Jeff. Good evening. How's the workshop gone today? You know what? I hope everyone has been behaving in absence. No, I actually had to ban someone. So, and I know that I know you are gonna be sorry that you missed the stream here. Look at that. Look at this thing. This is something you are gonna be sorry that you missed. And also smelting here. Actually, this smelting is better. Hey, George. Missed an opportunity earlier. Yeah. You on for one evening. See, Jeff, this is... I've designed the stream to be making you feel bad about missing out. I do sort of super complex, silly designs, and I ban people in chat. The 2 things I know you love the most in this world. Banning people and building overly complicated designs. and your kids in the kitchen are covered in flour. And no, 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 no. This is like you come home and there's a candlelight dinner with your favorite food served right up for you, and it's just coming out the oven as you step in, and you hear the sound of a beer getting opened, and it's handed to you as you step in. That's the sensation you should get, not the peanut butter and flour. What are you talking about? This is all the things that you love. Banning people and making overly complicated designs. Ah, man, you are so ungrateful. Here I put the effort in. Oh, that's interesting. Put effort into making it feel welcoming to you, and just not appreciating it. Speed and blue belts, because everything is blue belt based, and then that one. Take these out. I'm going to put that here for now. YTZC. If you are planning to save the solar build, the first assembler doesn't output onto a belt. Oh, yes, it does. Thank you. Perfect, I think. Like it? They look amazing, and I could not have done that myself, to be fair. Why do you ban? Was it so bad that made Neos ban? Oh no, I just don't give a shit. If people call me a dickhead, then I just give them a ban. I don't even need to give them a warning. Because if you feel that it's okay to say that to people, you're not gonna be acting nice after a 10-minute timeout. I just life's too short to that kind of thing. So if you don't act nice, then you get banned. I don't need to give warnings because everyone knows that you don't do that. So it's not like you have to be worried about, oh, can you tease? No, if you're just being downright an asshole, then don't expect that you are going to be stay here. So yeah, no, I don't think. I think I took them out, didn't I? I thought I clicked them off. Yeah, I did click them off. They're not here. There's a tiles in the blueprint. Nope. Hey Pavel, thank you for your masterclass. Yeah, you're welcome. This is just creating content for more of those. All right, so maybe we should also like build the baby one. And so this is definitely not a starter one. I think a starter one would be something more akin to... You know what? Couldn't this one also be a starter one? What if we build it just this part? Wouldn't this be perfectly fine as a starter build? With modifications, of course. Like that one goes out, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. It does feel kind of weird to do it this way. Blah. Goodbye. Inventory. I don't know. I mean, I know that there's a lot of junk on this board. And this. Laser turrets. How much? Oh, okay. Actually, all of these have to be taken out. So we're stripping this one down to just a basic build, a normal build. Like you would build earlier in the game. And I think I need some blue inserters. Blue. That one. There. There, that's fine. And then I need to downgrade. Like that. Okay. Ah, looks so scuffed. Sergeant Dragonbrain, this is not a K2 workshop. I'm not gonna make it. Good night, Timbo. Thanks for joining. If you reverse the output belts and put the chest into start, then you can get more easily extend the build later on. Require doing something about lace. Yeah, it's actually true that this is what I actually normally do. The reason why I normally do this is because this one also has to go out and become the build for going into the satellite production. So that's better. So what do you need? You need that one, and that one, and that one. There. Or you know what, I'm actually going to build it like this and just cap it like that. The reason why this one is... I don't know, how much is this one actually taking? 6, not much. Then I actually think I want to take this one out. There, I think this is better. Now how much is this? This is 12 per second. Not a problem. Build lasers at the front. Build lasers at the front. Hey, Bjornsson! Thank you for the 2 months. Really? 2 months? Oh, I guess that's because I'm thinking Patreon. Build it at the front. I hear you. I agree. But the thing is, this one will never just gradually evolve into that one. This is just simply too hypothetical. The demand is for this one is really late game. Suffer longer, but forgot to renew. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I don't think I want to do this. I think this is fine. Lasers will be needed proportionally more in the late game. Yeah.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Shashini? Maybe? 4 months? Thank you! Appreciate it. But maybe by means of a different build. Yeah, this is not end game. This is when you want to scale up from 100,000 to 500,000. So it's not like a normal. This is not a normal build. This is something you would always want in your base, and you want to build it as fast as you can, and then you want to have it running for the rest of the game. This will be fine and can be sort of just upgraded gradually. With yellow ensemblers, with blue belts, maybe add one more belt here. Once you've done that, then it's gonna last. If you want 100,000 solar panels, it's gonna be fine. If you want 500,000, then you're gonna have to build something bigger, and then that's where this one comes in. And good night, Philip. As long as the inputs are the same, then you can just delete and stamp down the bigger one. Yeah. As long as that's a good point. Yeah, as long as they're the same location inbounds, then you can at least you can recycle and you can go like, all right, and now I need this one, and this is on my belt base, and basically everything else has been taken out of the belt base, and now I just want more solar panels to build. This is kind of what I did in my launch series, where the main base was basically only doing modules and solar panels and accumulators. That's the only thing it built, and then sort of like crafting materials, but modules and solar panels, those were consistently always being produced. Anything else, all the science was gone. So yeah, I think that makes sense. I like this build. This is a nice sort of starter build. What about okay, we have 15 minutes left. Can we just do some crazy things? Batteries. Battery. They're weird. I think this one is the one I'm gonna make into a blueprint. Have a nice remainder of stream. I need to hit the bed. Alright, Patrick, thank you for joining. Awesome. Wow, Traumatic Nutter, you really get all you want today. Your heart's desire. Maybe. That one inbound, that one outbound. I'd like to get a full belt out. That's going to be tough to get a full belt out. Ouch. That's going to be gigantic. Max rate calculator. Yes, indeed. We need to scale it down. Oops. 23. 22.1. That's not enough. 3.6. 3.0. I think I'm gonna keep this. It's actually surprisingly easy, this one. The only question is, once I build it, is how am I going to power it? Is that going to be a problem? No, it's not. It's going to be here. Since I don't intend to... I want this to be only on one belt. That should be fine. That one. Oh, Miss Timony, if you're still awake, all that, you said you were busy watching my Sekiro Let's Play. You like? Is good, yes. Is good. You will still be better off if you sideload from both outputs. Why isn't that yelling for power on this map? Because I have these ones that cover in the corners. So I always have all the power I need. Yeah, maybe one chemical plant less with more beacons. I like that idea. It just seems better. Cool. $44. Still not. Very nice series. It seems so easy. Yep, you should play it yourself. It's super easy. Barely an inconvenience. There you go. That's it. The way Neon beat Shura was amazing. Not even one node. Node? Oh, right. Yeah, that was actually... It was kind of good. Kind of good. Is it better to have them mirrored? No, because then I can't do this part. That one. And then this one has to be... One inbound, two inbound, one outbound. Oh! Oops. It's actually kind of silly to do it this way. No, the other way. This way. That's better. Yes. Yeah, this is much nicer. Also way easier to... A pump. Is it? No, that's... Okay, then we don't have a pump. We don't need a pump. We don't need those stinking pumps here. Yeah, like that. Notice that you jump into the void once. It was fun. Yeah, that happens. Luckily, you don't. That doesn't count as death in that game for some reason. That's a Dark Souls thing. That just respawns you back up. And that one's gonna be copper. Let's see if it works. Yep. There. Let's see if this one gets stacked up to be a full one. Actually, I think this would be better served like this, maybe. Right? Like this. Yeah, way better. And what are we missing? Outbounds. I can also make it closer if I like. Do we like this? Belt mixer south. No, it doesn't work, does it? I don't want it down here. I want it actually up here. I want it there. The input belt mixer. Yeah. You mean like slightly down here so that don't like that. I guess this is mainly a preference thing. Upper lane bouncer? Yeah, we should have. But no, actually, yeah. Yeah. For good measure. Would it work if this one goes in here? No. It would exactly not work. There. Hold on. It could have been turned around and just moved up. If this one went this way down here. Hold on. Is this interesting or is it silly? I'd rather have this one go the other way. I don't know, this feels easier. Here. There you go. You made your playground map available for download and use. This one? Maybe. I think I do. It is available to patrons. This is only connecting to one, so isn't it just doing this? Yeah. It does kind of bug me that it's now no longer sort of symmetric in any way, shape, or form. What? Maybe I did not see it, Bjornsson. What? I do a tuck in about halfway down the line. Yeah, but that's this. Okay, so the thing is, this one is half a belt each. So why not combine half a belt plus half a belt into one belt instead of doing half a belt into two half-sided half belts and two half-sided half belts, and then I think this is just conceptually is better. See also the electroweak force. Nice for Trinity. This is not how I usually do things. There's also the option of rotating this entire thing so that the input belts are in the middle and the output... Oh, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Sorry, I guess we're gonna go a few seconds over. It's just a few seconds. Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just a few seconds. Why is this not at it? Oh, right, because it's outputting in this side. Yeah. Okay, cool. This thing here goes away. Goes maybe more like somewhere else. Like that one, maybe. I don't know. You can be wherever you want. Just don't cause trouble. Yeah, see, this is why that one is not great. Yeah. I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to make that one. Oops, missing something. I don't know. Maybe you can feel it. I have a good feeling about this. Yeah. Because this one is so much easier to move up. Much nicer. Oh, look at that. That's just so much better. So much better. Let me just check numbers. Still 45. Yeah. Do we like this better? Yes, we do. It's like two underground pipes versus that weird corner. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you're kind of balancing one against the other. Yep. And you can also just build one of them if you feel so inclined. Oh yeah, this is good. This is really good. I like this. The only thing I don't have is like how I strip it down and build it without But I guess that's like the easiest thing, isn't it? Because first of all, I'm not going to have this one. Second of all, I'm not going to have any of these. I'm not going to have this one. This one is also kind of not going to be like this. And then it's just red belts. What's it like now? Yeah, that's not much, but it's a start. Oh, okay. Also, these ones out. What? Yeah, that's probably something we're gonna do as a starter build. You build it, I need it. Yeah, so we're gonna wrap this one up here. I think this one is not perfect, to be honest, but might be just this might make it look slightly more on purpose. And the reason why we built it like this is, of course, because we want to expand it into this one eventually. What? Please connect the pipes at the far end. Oh, you want this one? Like that? I don't want to do that. There's no need. They're gonna get it in here, so having it sort of cycle around doesn't do anything. Okay, so this is probably going to be the masterclass for Thursday. All this insanity out here is something we are gonna play with, but it's definitely not right. It's let's pipes though. Ah, okay, so you wanted to deconstruct it here. You wanted to do it this way? No, I don't want to do that. It's inconsistent from my perspective that if I don't have enough sulfur, and that really happens sometimes, then having it, the first one's built and the last one's not built, perfect. Having this one built but not this part, it's really inconsistent. So I like it this way, even though it's a few more pipes. I don't care about those pipes. This is more consistent. Like things come in from one side and go out that way. I like this, but you're welcome to do differences. These blueprints, I'm gonna make a little blueprint book for it quickly. Oh, I don't even have the blueprint book. Blueprint book. Oh no, if I put it there, then it's gonna be weird, right? What are we putting in here? We're putting this thing. Boop. And we're putting this thing. I'm also going to put this in here. It's not quite ready. I think I'm doing some additions here on Thursday before my PlayStation arrives. Hopefully Thursday. Otherwise, I'm going to be very, very sad. Oops. Did I forget to remove these? Yes, I did. That one and that one. And a speed module to show how fast it is. There. Batteries and solar. Factorio Master Class. I'm gonna paste it on Pastebin. So just for the few people still hanging out, just wanting this one, then should not be in vain that you are hanging out. And it's gonna have a name. Let's take this name. And there we go. Create new copy. Ta-da! That's the new Pastebin for today. And that one. Batteries. And solar. There. And I'm going to put it in Blueprint. That one. How do I do the Blueprint bot? I just do Blueprint. Yep, it works. Cool. All right. Just for the few 300 people. Yep, the last survivors. All right. I think that was a super awesome build here. I kind of makes me miss not having these workshops once in a while, but I think we'll do it just like this. Sort of after we haven't done it for a while, then we just throw ourselves in and do some on the deep end and do some of the things that people have been missing. So this one was basically very much service to you, Traumatic Nutter. Hope you're appreciating that, because it's, of course, it's not just for you, because it's something I knew that I hadn't done. So no train blueprints. No, they're not ready yet. So not really sharing those. Yeah, they're super fun, but that's very much a work in progress. Work in process. Work in progress. Potato, potato. Right. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining. It's been fun. Tomorrow it's going to be. Tomorrow it's Factorio, back with that, so let's see how that pans out. It's a super awesome base, and I'm having so much fun with it, and seems like everyone else enjoyed it a lot as well. Let's see if we can get some buildings done, or get some builds done, put stuff into the factories we got. So, everyone, thank you very much for joining. I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow. Also, check out my YouTube. I have a Valhalla, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, story-based playthrough, still on hard difficulty because it's so damn easy, that game. I'm going to be playing Demon Souls as of Friday, and I'm going to do it. I still have also some Sekiro Let's Play that is also all done and good. So, should be tons of things to work on, or to throw yourself out if you miss some content. And remember, VODs will be on my VOD channel, not on Twitch. So if you missed anything, check it out on the VOD channel. It should be up there tomorrow, the stream. Yeah, I'm going to put the stream up there as well. Yep. I'm also going to put this masterclass on. Yeah, it's going to be a workshop though. I'm putting there. Anything goes on there. It makes sense. So, thanks everyone for joining. Put you on the Valhalla because Danish guy playing Northman. Yeah, it's good. I love it. It's fun. So it's nice just relaxing and just roaming it. I'm also playing it Monday and Friday. Maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday next week. Who knows? In the morning. Thanks, everyone. I'm going to be heading out. So thanks all for joining. And I'll see you guys. Take care. Good night. And as always, stay effective, right? Stay effective.